bank, one of the largest bank in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Talgat Ayupov, he is a founder and CEO of Valor Capital Ltd. Also, we have Yerlan Sultanov, CEO, Investment Banking, Tabbas Ltd. And today, the topic of our discussion is beyond banking. And I would like to start with the following. Today, we all see the changes in the banking systems. Classical banks lose their dominant positions, and now classical banks are not classic anymore. We see transformation into marketplaces, and now you can buy through marketplaces everything from bread up to the tour to Turkey. We not only transfer our money, receive loans, but we can book our leisure time, tours, pay for services, process some documents. No one of us is using our physical ID card. We all use our mobile applications or bank applications. Now, banking applications, it's not only about classical banking services. Right now, we speak about large marketplaces, we speak about large super apps, and lots of other things that banks can generate. The other tendencies that we see nowadays, we see banking service when banking services are implemented in traditional businesses, and traditional companies provide banking services through their own applications. So we see the specific tendencies of growing into one each other. And we have also the other two mega trends. First is AI that changes not only the representation of banks, but the essence of banks itself. And the other mega trend is the emergence of large ecosystem, cryptocurrency, digital assets. We see that now more and more central banks, they issue their own digital currencies, and it impacts the existence of the banking system. And we see that banking system will see changes in the future. And with this regard, we will have a discussion today. We'll speak about regulation, about our expectations for future, how to live with this, and how a banking system is being transformed. Let us start with Barbara. Barbara, could you please tell us, cryptocurrency is now existing for more than 10 years. We passed through all stages, starting from denying up to adopting regulation. Many central banks, they already have their digital assets, and now we see that being a global business, you have different platforms, and you are also present in the sector of digital assets. In your opinion, what other key tendencies do you observe in this financial industry, and how do you see the further development of all these parts of financial sector? I mean, digital assets and so on. Thank you so much, Kalim. Well, first of all, I would like to say that LMX Group participates for the first time in Astana Finance Days. So let me tell you a couple of words about our LMX Group. We work all over the world, and we are the leading operator of institutional execution venues for cryptocurrencies. As for cryptocurrency management, we work there since 2018, and our clients are large funds, brokers that have been selling cryptocurrencies, have been trading cryptocurrencies for a long time. Total volume of currency and crypto operations is about $48 million each day. We see the tendency. We see the merging of traditional and digital capital markets. We see among our clients different situations. For example, if we look at funds and at brokers, we see that about 40% they trade with FX in our exchanges. When we started crypto sector, initially it was a natural evolution of our system, because our clients, they wanted to trade with crypto the same way as they do trading with other things. And they expanded their FX strategy. Nowadays, in our exchanges, Bitcoin dollar is the seventh, speaking about the volume, currency per year. The, you know, largest banks work with us. They are our clients, but unfortunately, banks do not trade with cryptocurrency. And again, it is related to the absence of regulatory clarity for banks, especially in this cryptocurrency market. So today I want to say about the situation happening in crypto regulation. Over the last 10 years, there were very few legislation in this crypto industry. But over these 12 months, last 12 months, we see the new stage in this industry. We see that there are large regulatory changes happening in the US after Trump became the president, and his administration started to be more friendly to this crypto industry. And we see that in Europe, there is already implemented MiCA regime, and large companies now receive licenses all over Europe. But especially, let's look at US, because we know US is a very important market for crypto industry. We see there are different things. For example, S&P 121 has been canceled. That means that traditional banks now can do custody of digital assets, and it's a big change. Then now we see the adoption of Genius Act that creates transparency for usage of stable coin, and now we see that almost twice over these last 6 months the stablecoin market increased in US, and by the end of this year several other changes will be adopted, and after this we think that banks will come to this segment. What we see for ourselves, as soon as large banks started to trade cryptocurrency, then we can see that market from this retail stage would come to a more institutional stage with higher standards. As for infrastructure and infrastructure evolution, we think that the merge of two industries, I mean traditional finances and digital finances, this is very positive, and it will impact positively to all capital markets. We see blockchain technologies modernize lots of financial processes. We see also that crypto companies, they take different aspects of traditional financial infrastructure. Speaking about our example, for us, cryptocurrency is like, we built everything based on our FX infrastructure. We just launched some new assets, and we still follow the same high standards as we always did for our operations. So that's why we see positive effect, and we see this merge happening in the market, and the further growth of crypto industry will increase. Thank you so much, Barbara. It's very interesting when such large players start to simplify regulation and start to create trends, then all other world would follow this example, and they will create their own regulatory sandbox, and they will create conditions for the development of crypto industry. And Kazakhstan is also participating here. We see crypto exchanges. We see National Bank have digital assets, Central Bank have digital assets, and there are different initiatives on creating crypto city based on Alatau city in Almaty. And now I have a question to Lizat. Lizat, how do you see how banks build this interaction with crypto market? Digital assets, they move from the niche sphere to everyday practices. How our banks do this transition now? Good day. I'm glad to greet everybody at this Astana Finance Day event. Thank you so much for this question, uh, Galim, because I think that most of us know that Eurasian Bank is one of the first banks that started work seriously in crypto sphere. Um, let's take my example. Me personally, I was against this market. When there is no knowledge, there is no trust. No trust, it means fear. But over these 3, 4 years now, we observe dramatic changes in trends, as Barbara has just mentioned, or maybe you, Galim, said this. You know, due to this non-trust, or due to there were some non-trust that it could be just a bubble, but now we see the stable stage, and now cryptocurrency is a full-fledged component of financial ecosystem with its own products, processes, infrastructure, and regulation. Banks surely have already come to crypto sector, and they came here not just because it's trendy or it's a fashionable step, but again, due to economic rationality. If there is a demand, there should be offer, of course. In general, today we see all over the world there are lots of examples when banks integrate with crypto market. For example, there are custodian services, and we hear that such large players like JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and I saw here the representative of Goldman Sachs. Probably they will speak about it at other different panel sessions. So they provide services for safe storage of crypto assets, and of course for institutional investors and for investment funds it's important. Cryptocurrencies shall not be stored somewhere on USB drive within some IT guys. They should be in a very clear infrastructure with a clear risk. And Barbara has also mentioned, and we see it, that there are opportunities for brokerage and for building some derivatives using crypto. We, as banks, see the interest of international payment systems. Visa and MasterCard, they developed crypto cards where clients can pay with crypto currencies, like with usual money. It's in real time. Conversion is happening at the same time. Speaking about Kazakhstan, about 2 years ago, together with the National Bank, we conducted test launch of digital bank, and some other banks also joined us. And today, we would like to use this opportunity and to declare that Eurasian Bank has launched the pilot crypto card for fiat operations. This is a pilot project, but it is based on the real infrastructure. Clients today that have this card, they could keep their assets at the balance of our partner exchange, and they are able to do different transactions in real time, to do purchases using this card in Apple Pay and MasterCard terminals. And all of this happened due to the fact that our regulators, our National Bank and Agency of Financial Regulation, created all this regulatory framework for the possibility of such operations. Yes, there is a limit, only $1,000, because we are just in the regulatory sandbox. However, the fact itself that there is an official and legal breach between crypto business and banks, this breach exists. It's created here in Kazakhstan, and it is in Almaty city. As far as I understand, stablecoin tokenization, everything will happen soon. But speaking about banks, very soon we'll see loans with the collateral in form of digital assets. And I think and I hope that in the nearest time we will participate in other different projects on the development of other digital assets. And I consider that paying with cryptocurrency will not be the question anymore, because it will be a usual thing for us, like everything we do now with our phones, non-contact payment. It is already here. Thank you so much, Lisand. Yes, that's true. Cryptocurrency is coming to our lives, and it's remove all these borders between countries. Any cryptocurrency in any country will be just cryptocurrency, and it will greatly simplify transactions between countries. And I think the future is there. Right now, cryptocurrencies are already perceived as part of ecosystem, but AI is still unknown creature for us. Lately, updates from OpenAI, Meta, open colossal opportunities for us, but at the same time, we speak here about great risks. I have the other question to Talgat. Talgat, how do you see the role of AI in the investment company's activity? What are the opportunities and what are the threats for businesses and for financial sector in general, in your opinion, please? Thank you so much for this question, Golim. Well, first of all, I would like to say a couple of words about what we are doing. Let me speak about our vision, what we see now in local and our global market. We are Valor Capital company. This is a company that has license from AFSA. We have several licenses, for example, management of assets and individual management of assets. Speaking about artificial intelligence, we see that over the last 2-3 years, even in our everyday life, there have been different big changes, dramatic changes. And I think now there is no person here in this room who would not use ChatGPT for some of the tasks. Speaking about international market and latest research, the British financial regulator published the numbers that 80% of financial institutes use AI to bigger or less extent in their activities. Speaking about managing companies, speaking about investment companies, there are several directions where AI has already been actively used. The key thing, we understand AI is a universal assistant analyst that is able to collect data much faster than any other team of analysts. If we speak about LLM models that are trained with a text that are bigger than the volume of Wikipedia 1,000 times. Of course, we see that there is a big advantage in the speed and in the depth of analysis. So AI is now used in analysis and in forecasting. Just recently, yesterday, we had the other session and other panel session, the other discussion and panel sessions where we were discussing that AI tools over a minute could, process information that would require 1 or 2 weeks for a person. Of course, this is additional value for those companies that would use such AI tools. So here we speak about reports, about companies' different activities, podcasts, analytical reviews. We see already very big industry of co-pilot that would be complement. I mean, here we speak about additional work. It's not about replacement of analyst work. Now, analyst is playing a role of interpreter and setting the tasks. The better task will be formulated for AI, the better and more efficient the result would be received. We see also the broad use of AI in clients' interaction. So here we speak about chatbots, onboarding issues when a potential client during onboarding process cannot see and cannot even feel or perceive that on the other side there is an AI or there is a machine that would ask question and would do all this communication, giving comfort to clients.
Well, the risk is also a separate topic. It's the value that is on a maximum level nowadays because there are many models. Of course, we understand that there are many models that are connected to the bank crediting system, to the scoring. But a very important thing is that AI is not a substitution. It's an addition. It is the tool that you shall not trust ultimately, but at the same time, you have to work with it because the environment itself is in infrastructure is developing quite fast, and there are many acts that are adopted in EU. For example, it's AI Act where you have to disclose. Then you have to also identify the counter agent. The same thing in US, for example, if there's an usage of the AI, you also have to disclose this information. Well, the most important thing here, what is the takeaway? We're talking about the early stage development of AI, and the main practice is the supporting. Sometimes it's the back office functions. Somewhere it could be risk management, but it's not in decision making, as we have heard the discussion with Brett in the morning. Well, decision making we see in a way that there is a share of participation will be extending and expanding, but when it comes to the challenges, it is important to understand the risks, and we shall not trust fully, and we have to use additional tools in order to navigate through those risks. Thank you so much for your answer. Indeed, AI is impressing us with its opportunities and everything that is connected to the financing and banking. Banking system and financing systems will be the first ones, the pioneers who will use first. And of course, LLM and machine learning AI first pioneers were the ones that had used the deep learning. I understand that banks going to be the first ones who will utilize AI in their system and change the landscape of the banking environment. Nevertheless, banks have a lot of competitors, and it is not amongst the banks, it also in other institutions, investment banks, for example. As we know, for example, in the West, the investment banks are the part of the infrastructure of the banking systems, and many investment banks are the competitors of the traditional and conventional banks, and they compete for the money of population. If population invest in fund stocks in Kazakhstan, we prefer, of course, deposits, and we invest into the currency, and the access is quite limited. So that is why I have a question to Yerlan. Yerlan, how do you think how digitalization will ease the access where the banks cannot offer the rates, especially in dollars? Hello, everyone. Well, overall, the digitalization for Kazakhstani people changes the rules of the game, and this is the opinion that we have heard many, many times. If our colleagues had been elaborating on the banks being something different, that especially in a digital era, banks are not, it is something that is necessary for every single person. I am a CEO of the company Tabas, and we see main challenges that are attributed to the digitalization, and first is the retail market being free-willed and not being satisfied, because we Kazakhs are quite, free-spirit people. So retail nowadays is dictating the rules. How should the digital assistant look like in investment? And recently, I will elaborate on example Tabas Pro, and within 1.5 months, we had been chosen by more than 6,000 people for the simplicity of online onboarding, biometric features, and for quick input of money and instant extraction of money to any kind of bank card. And this is the key challenge nowadays to conform to the requirements of retail. Second challenge that I see, which is connected to the first challenge as well. Well, it is the risk appetite, which is unlimited. We see that Kazakhstani people are quite easily make decisions on investment to different tools. And we, Tabas Pro, try to bring the culture of investment. I hope that we will be able to somehow change the culture of the investment. And we have a halal filter, which is also based on the requirement of a majority of our users. And what else we are planning? Of course, it's the marginal trades, which is the simplest thing on our application Tabas Pro. These are the challenges, are the key ones, and this is how we see the risks. And of course, it's the fraudery, cyber attacks. These are the risks, of course, and personal data protection. We, as a company, the participants of the market, our regulators, pay attention onto those risks. Well, overall digitalization, how we see that investment culture is developed, I could say what we do is we make a lot of steps in order to develop this culture, and we see that more than 3 million people in Kazakhstan use and invest in different ways into the different tools, and Tabas is the key player in this infrastructure by creating AI assistant, as Talat had elaborated. Is one of the challenges. Of course, we cannot really replace fully Invest Consultant by AI assistant, but we're nearer to bringing the gap closer to create conditions where each investor, with the help of these two AI assistants, could express their own profile, understand what kind of investor I am, and respectively make the deals. I hope that we will come to this day when everyone will be aware of this. Thank you indeed. Yeah, I had a chance to glance onto the statistics of the investment. I see that portfolio investment is growing in Kazakhstan. We see that population is investing into the funds, and digital channels are developing, and ease of the access to the capital actually creates the opportunity to grow this segment. But at the same time, for the banks, is competitive, highly competitive environment, because people are exiting from the banking system. Well, another thing, we know that in the world there used to be two forms, cash and wire payment, and this is how the banking system had been developed, because they would use these assets and then distribute these assets, and this is how they would come to an income. But we see that digital currency nowadays, it is something that is between cash and wire payment, and I don't see how banking system would participate in this kind of transactions and how exactly they're going to issue the loan. So that is why I have a question to Lazat. Lazat, how do you see? Do you think that alternative forms of the financing will transform the conventional banking system from the role of the cash payment for the investment? How do you think the future would unfold? Are you trying to offer me to make the forecast? Well, when you make the forecast, is actually something that is like a deadline of a milk, because we started thinking about bitcoins and AI, and this is the part of our life, and we are trying to set build the bridges, as I have already mentioned in the previous question, and we are in a waiting. We're on a standby right now and see what is going on. Let's forget about conventional banking system because it doesn't exist anymore. As my colleague said, elaborated previously, and I'm as a CEO of Eurasian Bank, I'm trying to say that we are on a verge of being closer to our clients than before. So nowadays, there are different versions like Bank 3.0, 4.0. So there is no classical bank anymore. We are on different level where we developing different products and services. So what is happening nowadays? So it's just from the area of the forecast. I'm not the bracket, but money becoming smarter. If we could pay with cash or we could make the transaction or wire money with the help of the bank. Now there are digital scenarios where they go from one owner to another owner on the scenarios that are already had been scripted. But banks had been offering the mobile transactions. So there was a mobile payments for the carrier, for example, payment or to the operators, if you remember the payment for your phone balance. But nowadays, there could be scenario like, for example, if the lorry with the cargo came over, you can pay for leasing. We see that script, and I'm sure that our colleagues and other bankers are working on implementing it at maximum level. Another trend is the digital assets and tokenization. Again, we're talking about, we've already mentioned about it on the previous sessions. There's also digital tenge, there's Chinese digital Chinese yuan. It is not about being in digital concentration camp. We're trying to liberalize, and revolution that had happened and is nowadays spreading quite quickly. In the near future, we will see that the issuance of the loans with a collateral of tokens used as a collateral, and tokens like Mona Lisa and etc. and art pieces and masterpieces. I think in the future we will be able as a banks to create and clients receive services in issuance of the tokenized assets. Regarding the artificial intelligence, Talhat is absolutely right. In all of the banks, there is AI used already, and specialists in McKinsey elaborate that artificial intelligence is not about replacing the employee. It is improving the quality of the risks and opportunities for the forecast and analysis. And nowadays, AI is indeed very, very fast, in a very, very fast pace, is implemented in the lives of people and banks. I think banks won't cease to existence. We will issue loans and assets in different versions, and we are expecting that this market, digital market, reminds as a street where there is a road where that had been quietly erected by population, let's say. The cars are already using this pathway, but the road hasn't been built yet. So we are now constrained with the regulators. We are developing in crypto fiat assets, and I guess Kazakhstan will be moving forward, and we will be trying to include it into it. And as Barbara said, that we will see in near future the international and in international arena there will be massive changes, and how banks see themselves, the competition between banks, it is not for the products, it is not in the frames of the products, it is about competition in scenarios, how correct the script and scenario implemented into the process of the rendering services. And as the electric socket, let's say, it should be ergonomic, we shall not even notice it. It wouldn't really matter what we're doing. Are we paying for something or we're investing? Is it built on smart contract or another tool? Client is not interested in those things. The most important thing for them to click. Well, we are spoiled. Kazakhstani people are spoiled to just a click, with one click to receive services and products, and banks will exist, and we're planning to prepare engineering infrastructure for these stories and narratives and try to work towards making it accessible. Thank you. As a continuation of the digital currency, I would like to ask a similar question to Talgat. Will the digital currency development will be the challenge or become new driver for the fund market for the clients? Could you tell us your vision? How do you see that? Thank you so much for your question. Well, as a continuation of this topic, Lazat had started development of the new technologies, the cryptocurrency, AI, and ACBC, stablecoin, and etc. It has always been a threat and additional challenges, but at the same time, it was additional drivers for those who adapt quickly. In the system CVC, for example, probably understanding is not settled yet because people don't understand nowadays what is the cashless tenge, what is the digital tenge. As a form of money, we always say that cash, which is the tenge, the emittent, the issue emittent is the national bank, and also we have the cashless tenge, which the commercial banks are the issuers and that we use as the corporate clients, etc. And regarding the transparency, I think in regulation there are no issues with this regards. Third form is the digital tenge, where any CBDC that could be emitted by the national bank, and that could be something that low-cost one, because we say that we can pay offline even, which is the advantage. Well, if we refer to international experience, there is a case which is quite popular, the digital crowns. There are Nigerian, in Nigeria, digital naira, and the digital yuan in China. Why central banks nowadays that are published in the official sources? Well, the driver and the main reason of making decision in launching the product, it is the different situation. It's the coverage is the high one with the banking services, but the share of the cash is decreasing. And Swiss is one of the countries where 90% of the cash flow is actually built on cashless payments and cashless assets. And in order to not give opportunity to cashless wires or transactions being the numbers growing out of hand, there was a tool that had been introduced as the digital currency. So the digital yuan is actually being introduced because of this reason.
Speaking about risks for banks and for other companies, yes, obviously, as you noted it correctly, we see here the risk. The deposit base of the bank could be turned into digital, and of course, to decrease the income of the bank. Speaking about other players of the market, here we have different situation. You see, the key player here is the client itself. What CBDC could give you is decreasing of credit risk, because it would be as low, because digital currency, tenge, yuan, would be in the central bank. That would be the issuer of this currency. Speaking about credit risk, it's more like a benefit. Speaking about some other issues, of course, here we speak about decrease of transactional fees when regulator itself does all these operations. And of course, we speak here about removing the mediators. Consumer would win, but again, here we see the risks regarding the income of the bank. The main thing to understand here, the threats that we were talking about, they are not so high, taking into account world experience. All these three countries, China, Sweden, Nigeria, now it's fifth or sixth year when they have this project, and the share of CBDC or digital currency is not bigger than 1 or 2%. So maybe these threats are over, let's say, presented, but a regulator will follow it, will control, so that the banking system would be stable. And the use of the application of CBDC, again, if we speak about the economy and if we speak specifically about Kazakhstan, some specific sectors or industries, for example, state procurement or economic things could be different. Here we speak about some sectors where risk compliance is high and where the high level of responsibility is required. But in general, again, those players who will adopt all these new technological innovations would be beneficiaries. That's why all of us, including banks and colleagues from brokers company and from managing companies, should be aware and should respond quickly to all these innovations. Yes, thank you so much. We have very little time, and I have two more short questions. Barbara, in your opinion, speaking about digital assets, financial ecosystem of Kazakhstan, will it be the part of merging of traditional and digital markets? And to what extent Kazakhstan is important for your company? I mean, is it potential market for this industry? For us, Kazakhstan is very important, and we see again that this is a fast-growing market, and everything that we were speaking about today, I mean, the merging of two markets, traditional one and digital one. I think in Kazakhstan, everything happens even with a bigger speed, faster speed than we see it happening in Europe or in some other countries. So that's why we encourage it, and we see what AIFC is doing with regard to regulation of all these sectors and all other innovations. So this market is very important for us, and we want to become the part of this ecosystem. Thank you so much. And the most important, we want to see each other next year at the same forum. My next question is to Yerlan, a brief question. We all know that in Kazakhstan we have two exchanges. Exchange market is growing. There are more and more issuers, especially at the loan debt market, like bonds and so on. In your opinion, to what extent does the market of Kazakhstan show attractiveness? What shall we do so that to attract new participants, new invest banks, new clients? What shall we do with regard to it? Because Kazakhstan, unfortunately, with all these developments, Kazakhstan is still lagging behind when we speak about the development of fund market and retail investments at this fund market. I believe that this will be developed. Kazakhstan is one of a few countries in the world that has now a request on the development of the state markets, and it's great that we have this support from the state, from the government to the development of this investment culture. Here we see any IPO of our company is a big event for Kazakhstan. Well, even not IPO, but just the issuance of any security or paper would be a very big event. And people and retail market, they speak about this moment, and it's cool. We all see this. Speaking about foreign investors, I think the key factor should be the regulation. I mean, the regulations, it could be forecasted, because trust at the financial market is the main asset for all of us, and I'm pretty sure for all our colleagues as well. We see it by ourselves. Every day we face and encounter such situation. Now we have already learned how to set some specific rules for everybody, the rules that would be equal for all. And it gives us a chance that our assets, Kazakhstani assets, would become more and more interesting for all other players, for foreign people as well. But the most important for each investor is to feel trust, to feel care. You know, I am dealing with client service, and I understand that for Kazakhstan and for Kazakhstani people, when you see the care about you and your client, it's very good. You know, when we travel all over the world, we see that our level of service is at the same high level as in any other country, and I think that Kazakhstan will be appreciated for this. But the main thing is the trust from foreign investors, and I think this will make us stronger. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to conclude our session. That's true that banks are being transformed to they are being adapted, and we understand that banking business itself is no longer about attract loans or give loans. Now banks are going beyond their limits. Banks are in all parts of the business, and business is penetrating banking sector. And we see now new megatrends: digital assets, cryptocurrencies, artificial intelligence, the exchange market, digitalization, and everything else that could be discussed. And I think that in a year we'll meet again and we'll discuss what changes we observed over these years. And I think that this development in IT, in innovations, go exponentially. And over the next year, we'll see dramatic changes, and we will have that topic for our following and next discussion. Thank you so much for participating in our forum.
Раз, два, три. Один, два, раз. Эй. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два. Раз. П. Раз. Привет. Раз. Один, два. Раз. Раз. Привет. П. Привет. Раз. П. Привет. Серега, отключи на секундочку. Серега, замутируй на секунду. Один, два, три. Привет. Раз. Раз. Один, два, три. Раз. Раз. Один, два, три. П. Привет. П. 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 Раз. Раз. Один, два, три. Раз. Два. Три. Раз. Два. Три. Привет. Раз. Раз. Один, два. Привет. Раз. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, раз. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз. Один, привет. П. Раз. С. Один, два, три. Раз, один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Три, три. Т, три. И. Раз, один, два, три. Привет. Спасибо. Один, два, три. Один. Раз. Раз. Один, два, три. Раз. Раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Три. Эй. Раз, два, три. Один. Один, два. Раз. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Я думаю, их нужно просто повернуть. Мирхан. Мирхан. Я думаю, просто нужно их повернуть немножко, чтобы они не смогли их так далеко поставить. Немного направить в лицо. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два, раз. Тот оставлю, да? Раз. Я ближе был просто. Раз, один, два, три. Раз, один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Эй, раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Сейчас оба включены, первый и второй. Можно еще третий включить, чтобы ловил все. Раз. Раз, два, три. Три. И. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Три. И. Один, два, три. Что? Окей. Один, два, три. Раз. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, раз, раз. Раз, раз, один, два, три. Раз, раз, один, и. Раз, раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, один, два, три. Один, раз, два, один, раз. Эти оставляем включенные? Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, раз, раз. Раз, один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один. Раз, два, три. Следующий. Раз, один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, один, два, три. Первый. Это? Девушка, можно? Секундочку. Раз, один, два, три. Раз, раз, два, три. Раз, один, два, три. Один, два, три.
Ой, нет, все равно не весит. Со второй стороны тоже, со второй стороны тоже. Так, еще надо.
Раз, один, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, раз.
бір екі жүз бес алты жеті сегіз тоғыздан бір екі жүз бес идут дожди раз раз два три четыре пять шесть семь.
Дай себе свое тело подари. Дай себе свое тело подари. Я хочу с тобой это повторить. Буду первым, я не буду вторым. Я бы тебя ночью прокатил. Дай сюда, она поджигает косяк. У нее глаза блестят, а я наливаю 2 по 50. Меня мои сучки не простят. Ночь это или день, мы потерялись телефонами на пару дней. Мы выделялись капюшонами среди людей. Она мне что-то говорила, я уже на ней. Эй, даже виски не залетал, когда она танцевала, а я залипал. Эй, она докурит силу и потушит. На мне халат, я выхожу из душа. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя. Я бы по утрам тебе, я бы по ночам тебе. Я бы покурил тебе целый килограмм тебе. Я не подошел к тебе, ненавижу сам себя. Я бы прокатил тебя, я бы полюбил тебя. Я бы по утрам тебе, я бы по ночам тебе. Я бы покурил тебе целый килограмм тебе. Я не подошел к тебе, ненавижу сам себя. Дай себе свое тело подари.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to what I hope will be a very interesting session about investing in Kazakhstan in the current global economy. I'm not going to do much speaking today because we've got two excellent guests who I've just spent the past hour or so talking to about both Kazakhstan and what's happening in the global investment landscape. So on my left is Misha Jabu Alfaras. He is the head of Janus Henderson, one of the world's largest fund managers for the Middle East, Africa and Central Asia. And Aset Ali, who comes from quite a different perspective as chairman of Pioneer Capital in Kazakhstan. So the first thing I'm going to do is ask each of the speakers to give us a bit of perspective on the organisation they work for, what they do, and what's happening from their perspective in the global investment landscape, and a bit about how that impacts how they think about investing in Kazakhstan. Misha, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, Tim. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time in a very long time. My name is Misha Al-Faras. I head the region, which is Middle East, Africa, Central Asia, for Janus Henderson. So we started our business back in 2012 by opening an office in the DIFC in Dubai, and we cover the entire region. As a firm, we manage about $460 billion as we speak, with 25 offices around the globe. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Tim, for the opportunity. So our firm is an investment firm. So we are an allocator in global capital markets, and we are a Kazakh-based company.
To kick off, perhaps I said you can start. It'd be good to talk briefly about what's happening in the global investment markets, and how you think that impacts Kazakhstan, and therefore, what sort of opportunities should global investors be thinking about when they invest in Kazakhstan in the current environment?
So typically, companies look for growth stories. And when we opened the office in Dubai, we had the potential or see the opportunity for the growth in the GCC and Africa and Central Asia. So that growth, since then, I mentioned earlier, I haven't been here for about a decade now. And when I came here, I saw the massive change recently. Having the Astana International Financial Center with all the, with an independent court system, international judges, that provide comfort and for international investors to come here. On top and above, Kazakhstan has the potential, it has the money, it's a wealthy country, and once they start investing in the infrastructure, that will bring lots of opportunities. For us, if we look at the NBK, NIC, the Unified Pension Fund, they can attract more of the investors to come over by partnering with them. So it's all about what is the enhancement that is, or the incentives that is offered for international investors to come here. And I see Kazakhstan being the middle corridor to connect from China to Europe.
I know that Pioneer is very much focused around investing Kazakh money offshore, but if you put yourself in the position of an offshore investor looking at Kazakhstan, what are the opportunities here that you see over the next sort of 3 or 5 years?
Well, typically we have been investing always in the European or US markets over the last 10 years that we have been operating. So partially, of course, the Asia. In terms of Kazakhstan, of course, we have been holding all the time some portion of the bond markets that we have. It's quite developing in some recent years. The yields on the treasury yields of our Kazakh bonds have been always interesting. And we can also be really closely focused on looking at the IPOs that we have with the Kazakh companies, including Kazatomprom and some of the other companies that might attract some interest from the international markets. But in general, of course, we as a Kazakhstani global markets, we lack some liquidity. The only liquidity that we have at the moment is with the equities at Kazatomprom, so we have been actively trading it.
Misha, if you think about the other countries within the region that you're responsible for, how do you see them developing over time, and what could AIFC or Kazakhstan learn? Because I get the sense from your comments earlier that you see lots of potential in the region, but perhaps less so in Kazakhstan at the moment. So any thoughts on what Kazakhstan needs to do to attract more capital or more investment?
Sure. I mean, if I go back to my earlier comment about establishing the first office in Dubai, I mean, since opening the office back in 2012, the government of the UAE did not stop investing in the infrastructure, tourism, infrastructure, you name it, anything. They work dynamically to enhance whatever project they work on. The DIFC, where we were set up, not too long ago, we were only 19,000 people or 20,000 employees working there. Today, in 5 years or 6 years, they're more than doubled with 45,000 people, and there is no space even for expansion. But to your point, it takes time to build the infrastructure, to open up the country. And now, so after, I would say 7 or 8 years, last year we managed to acquire another business within the GCC, within the country. So we acquired the National Bank of Kuwait Capital Partners, which is private credit shop that is, being in Kuwait. If I go back and tell the management a few years ago, let's buy or acquire a company that is in the Middle East, they will say, what are you talking about? But this day, I mean, when I presented the opportunity about the NBK Capital Partners acquisition to invest in the country and to invest within the GCC and the market, they were all happy and supporting it. Why? Because they've been coming, they've been visiting, then they saw the growth that we're having within the Middle East. Why not Kazakhstan? Again, to go back to what I mentioned, I probably had a gap initially when I started coming as being responsible for the region. There were some opportunities, but they were not that great opportunities. But now with having the AIFC, the IPOs that are happening, the openness of the market, I mean, we heard His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister earlier and the Governor of the AIFC talking about how many international firms coming to the AIFC and operating in Kazakhstan. All of that will open opportunities for firms like Janus Henderson's and others to come and operate in the country.
I mean, actually, I can also complement to what, if I'm going to speak beyond my company. So the IFC has been a crucial point, honestly, because in general, if we want to grow the capital markets in our country, we generally lack asset managers. The professional asset managers, both local and international, who can just provide some liquidity and work in the market. And beyond historical, if you look back, we have only a couple of brokerage firms, like 4 or 5 years back, who have been handling the whole marketplace of the country. Thanks to IFC, there are a lot of professional asset managers being established. Of course, we're going to see how they're going to grow, like professionally, and how they can accumulate or increase their asset base. But in general, it's a positive sign for the whole capital markets in our country.
You mentioned sort of the obvious comment before about liquidity of have you got any comments around venture capital, private equity investing here? Has that market developed over the last 5 or 10 years, or is it? Do you see opportunities in the private capital markets as opposed to public?
Well, I mean, the private capital markets, again, we have the same issue as if we go to the public markets. In the private capital, we also lack professional managers. We don't have, I mean, we have only a few family offices who are running like a private equity firms in the country. So, and we don't have the exit market. That's the main issue. So making IPO is a little bit hard, and the exits are usually like not according to the standards that we have in the private equity. Firms used to have the exits. So that's the main issue at the moment, that most of the private capital is run by the family offices. Of course, some of our government investment funds who also have some role in that industry as well.
Sure, you mentioned having discussions with some of the funds in Kazakhstan and what the opportunity might be for Janus Henderson. We obviously talk to their peers across the region. Have you got any comments on how other countries in the region or other funds in the region are thinking about investing versus the funds that you deal with or have talked to in Kazakhstan?
Yes, no, that's the different or incentives where I see Kazakhstan is going to take place hopefully in the future. Well, when we opened the office again, I mean, the incentive was to work with around, cover the region out of Dubai, but work with all the countries. So now we work with all the countries around the GCC and some countries in Africa. All the sovereign wealth funds, all the pension funds, many of the banks also, we're working with them. They're taking our products to their private clients. But if you look at the business here in Kazakhstan, there are some limitation for that. So once that's developed, I think we'll see more asset managers coming here. So I think the area where I see more potential besides having the sovereign wealth funds investing, opening up the retail market. As I talked about, the asset managers or the brokers. All brokers open that business and own it to give them access to international investments. But why not operate under local asset management where they can distribute products and partner with international firms to give them take the baby steps in order to grow. You cannot just come and open an office in order to expand the business. So what I see, other sovereign wealth funds or other similar financial institutions or financial international financial centers in the GCC, for example, they try to attract international investors by seeding their funds, by providing capital, by providing them with the stability to come and open incentives. Open an office. If you have a good business story, if you have a good project that you want to expand within the country, we will incentivize you. But at the same time, they put the conditions that, okay, if we give you that seed money or seed capital or investment, you need to expand. You need to hire locals. You need to expand and invest in the country, and that's what I see. So I think the same can apply to Kazakhstan.
I'm going to push you a bit, and I know some of these funds are your potential customers or current customers. Do you think that Kazakh institutions, do they have a different time horizon? Do they think about asset allocation differently? Do they think about manager selection differently than other countries in the region?
So, sovereign wealth funds, even, I work with the Kuwait Investment Authority, which is sovereign wealth funds. The selection, we do it bottom up. We, as analysts, when I was at the Kuwait Investment Authority, when I started my career for 10 years, I do the selection, then I find the best managers to manage be it equities, fixed income, or even deposits when I was in the Treasury. And do the recommendation and take it forward after we do the due diligence and everything. Here, sometimes it might take some time, longer than the normal or average. But I think, from my meetings over the past couple of days with stakeholders, sovereign wealth funds, I see a shift. I see a change. Beside having the AIC and and the expansion, I see them allocating more to international investments, and that's what will attract international firms like us to come and grow. Because again, let's be honest. What drives international firms? It's all return on equities. How are we incentivized to come here? We cannot just tell our shareholders, we want to open an office. As Janus Henderson, we have 25 offices globally, but we open them strategically, and we see the opportunity here in Kazakhstan and the surrounding region. So there is potential, but it's still, the baby steps. So I would say that I'm here in a fact-finding mission.
Yep.
But hopefully that will soon materialize to be a permanent. What I mentioned also earlier, when I started as a one-man show in Dubai, now we have 2 offices with over 20 people on the ground.
That's it. Misha talked a bit about the role of brokers, and I want to ask you a question more broadly about the ecosystem in Kazakhstan. Have we developed enough distribution capability through brokers? You touched on asset managers, we're seeing some growth in asset managers and AIFC. What more do we need to do in terms of growing this ecosystem of professionals in order to develop the market here?
Well, we can come to this question from 2 degrees. It's one of the institutional side and the private side.
Yep.
If we go with the private side, of course, right now the market, if we take out the freedom from the, from the whole scope, so we have the brokerage firm who are actually owned by the banks, big banks, who, those banks actually don't give too much importance to the wealth management or asset management side. These brokerage firms work merely as a transaction services companies. So, if we look at the private sector, with the private clients, I don't see that there is a big kind of an industry for the wealth management. So our colleague, he was giving the example of Dubai. So we're still lacking the way that we have to go for the wealth management services from the bank's perspective. If we go to the institutional side, of course, every institution selects according to the principles they would like to work. So, some of the institutions, they prefer to work with some of the private banks, international banks, and they can also go with our local brokerage firms. But still, I believe that the quality of the services that our companies are providing at the moment is lagging behind that we would expect.
There's been a bit of, more than a bit of talk since I've been involved in Kazakhstan of giving individual investors more control over their investments in the pension fund. Some of that's happened. Do you think that has started to build the asset management business in Kazakhstan, or have we still got more work to do?
Just could you repeat the question, sorry?
There's been lots of effort or lots of discussion over the past, 5 or 6 years that I've been involved in Kazakhstan about allowing individual investors to have more control over their money that is in the United Pension Fund. Obviously we've made some steps there, but do you think there's more opportunity there for development of the asset management industry through liberalisation of the pension fund?
Yeah, absolutely. It will give it will give an enormous growth for the capital markets in the country if that's going to be. The only is the structure, how it's going to be done or realized. If they are going to give the allocations that they are going to give to any private individuals to professional asset managers, basically the liquidity market will grow up in the country, and we'll see it. I think we'll see it somehow reflected in the our stock market as well. But right now we don't see the framework, how it's going to be, implemented, but we'll see. But in general, if they are going to be allocated to some professional, locally run asset managers, we'll see definitely a growth in the capital markets.
If I just put you on the spot here, you obviously manage a reasonably significant amount of money, and from our discussions earlier, most of that is invested outside Kazakhstan. Are there any asset managers within Kazakhstan that you would consider at the moment, or are we still too early in the development of the market for your fund to be investing more in Kazakhstan?
Is it me?
No,
for me?
Sorry, yeah.
So I would say this, first of all, for some of our asset managers, local asset managers, they need to have a second-to-second access to all the global markets. So I don't think that there are any companies at the moment who can provide, or any asset managers who can provide such a service at the moment, like the same thing as the Bloomberg or whatever. If there are, I would be happy to know about them. So we need some time to develop that, I would say. If with the freedom and some of the brokerage firm, we have the private client side, but the institutional client base, the companies who can service the institutional client base, is still we have to go a little bit, we need some time.
Okay. Misha, you've obviously been operating in DIFC for, many years. We discussed, earlier before the session about what AIFC has done, and I know you've only been here a few days, but what are the 2 or 3 things that you think that the DIFC has got right in order to develop what is, a world-class financial centre in Dubai?
That's a very good question. So I think whatever the IFC is doing, that I think the AIFC is implementing them. But the AIFC and the DIFC are very well recognized globally, and it's a good infrastructure for any asset managers or any investment house to come and operate out of. What AIFC needs to do, correct, or what the DIFC is doing correctly, is they're promoting Dubai as a whole. Besides promoting the DIFC and the DFSA, as a regulator, but they're also promoting the Dubai as a whole. The infrastructure there, that's what they're promoting. And you see consistently the CEO of the DIFC, the governor of the DIFC, plus many others, they go constantly on the road and to Europe, US, Latin America, Asia, trying to promote continuously the DIFC and what it offers. And that's how they're, on top and above, they're providing incentives for those entities that are coming. So easy on the visas, easy on the infrastructure. What AIFC's done is extremely well, but needs to enhance it. What AIFC's done is extremely well, but needs to enhance it with the promotions, with more marketing, more, for it to be more recognized with the international firms.
Yeah, this is an important point that I, every time I come here, I make, is that if you do travel internationally and you go to different financial centres or different countries, I'm from New Zealand, who's trying to attract capital, there's competition for capital. And when, investors think about investing globally, it's not only the risk-return trade-off that they make, but it's also about what's front of mind for them to invest. And I think that's a really good point that AIFC can learn from, is, DIFC is out there all the time promoting the opportunities both in the UAE but in the broader region.
And just to add, Tim, they made it easy for anyone that comes to the UAE. I mean, I'm sure many of you have been to the United Arab Emirates. I'm not Emirati, I'm promoting the UAE, by the way. So I left Kuwait to be there because I see the developments that are happening in the UAE. And I'm very impressed, honestly, and admire what they've done. So you leave, you go in, you enter the UAE, visa on arrival, everything is easy, and even now face recognition. So you don't even need to go through a custom to or be asked where are you coming from and how many days you're here. No, you're just welcome, and they know what you're coming or what you're doing, for that country. And to that extent, I see more also GCC country. To your point, you see more competition. Yes, the Saudi Arabia is trying to compete and to position the Saudi Arabia as a financial center. You see many financial institutions that are based in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi moving or opening other offices in Saudi Arabia. Kuwait is doing exactly the same thing now. We heard yesterday or the day before that BlackRock opened an office there, and I was speaking with Goldman Sachs, and they're opening an office there. So there is competition, but you have to have the right ecosystem for managers to come.
That's it. You've obviously observed AIFC over the past 8 years. What have we done well, and what could we do better?
No, I think you're already doing great. So
no, you should tell us what we need to do better.
No, I believe maybe there was a challenging first 4 or 5 years until you have structured the whole, the framework and, the market, I would say, which market. Is it only Kazakhstan? Is it outside of Kazakhstan? Is it the region? So over the last 3 years, we can see that AIFC really become as a hub for many countries from our neighboring countries to set up their companies. AFSA is a quite, AFSA, I believe, is a very important structure for the financial services. Over the last few years, I don't know, but many companies, when we are talking about the professional asset managers, all of them are right now based in the AFSA, regulated by the AFSA. The same, the DIFC structure that we have here is also in the IFC. So this is absolutely a positive signal for the capital markets in our country. There would be no way, let's say, for those companies to set up that kind of a legal structure or framework within the, our, Kazakhstani legislation.
So one final question for both of you, which is kind of my question, because every time I go back to New Zealand, people say to me, oh, should I invest in Kazakhstan? And if I had some money, where would I invest it in Kazakhstan? So I'll go to you, Misha, first. If you had some money to invest and you're advising someone to invest in Kazakhstan, what do you see the opportunities are?
How long do I have?
No, I'm thinking of you mean investment horizon?
No, time to
time. Oh, I know you've got.
So Kazakhstan has a lot to offer, right? Not too long ago, they opened up even the visa system for people to come and just walk in, visa on arrival, which is a very big step. So people from the GCC, if I'm allowed to talk about them, lots of them are coming here on a tourism. For tourism, for the hotels, for the lakes, and lots of the nice areas that Kazakhstan has to offer. So I think I would invest it in tourism. I would invest it in infrastructure. I would invest it in transportation. Before coming here, I I called a few people that I know that they visited Kazakhstan, be it Almaty or Astana. They said, we love it, but we need more transportation. We need more guidance on where to go and what to do. We need better cars to take us to the right place, especially in the winter. And winter, plenty of nice ski resorts that can be done here. And I'm sure he would love to come and spend time here and do some skiing.
I can agree with that. That's it. You've got a minute to give your investment advice.
Yeah, it's
advice.
It's always kind of answer. Is it a short term or long term?
That's why I said that.
But I absolutely agree. The areas that our colleague he said. It's absolutely the ones that would be expecting that we'll have some interesting opportunities in the future. But in terms of the capital markets, of course, I mean, the bond markets, I think, will thrive in our country, because more and more with the EFSA and with the regulation that we have, more and more companies will be trying to go to the bond markets, both the US denominated or local currency denominated. More companies will try to go away from the banks and go to the stock market.
Great, that's an excellent answer. My answer to that question is, yeah, if you look at the interest rates being paid on local currency bonds at the moment, even with the currency relatively less stable than other currencies in the world, it's a pretty good opportunity. And longer term, fantastic investment opportunities in Kazakhstan. Thank you both. Can we give a round of applause to our speakers? I hope you all found that very, very interesting. And I'd also like to thank our sponsors, Feed & Boca, Cas Minerals and ITS. As everyone has said today, without them, AFD would not be what AFD is today without their support. So thanks very much and enjoy your afternoon.
Can we have a...
No.
Standing or?
күн, құрметті қонақтар. Астана Finance Days форумына қош
Good day, dear guests, dear participants of our forum, Astana Finance Day. I would like to greet all of you at our session. So today we are going to speak about opportunities and realities versus reality, what fund managers face in the AFC. First of all, I would like to express gratitude to our sponsors, Freedom Broker, Kaz Mineral, and ITS for their support of our forum and AIFC. Today we are going to have a very interesting session, and you have an opportunity to dive into the world of fund management, because we have invited leaders in this industry, and I personally know each of the speaker, and I want to reassure you that our speakers are very experienced, and we are all lucky. My name is Jana Diyarova, and I am independent expert in the AFC. I worked in this jurisdiction for 7 years, and I am able to maintain our conversation with our speakers. Let me introduce our speakers, and I want to inform you, unfortunately, we do not have time for Q&A, but I think it would be a very good opportunity for each of you to come to each of our speakers personally and ask all your questions directly. So now we are going to go to our analysts. So today with us we have Yerzhan Musin. He is the CEO of Fonte Capital. Besides 12 or 15 funds, Fonte Capital launched a trade in Bitcoin exchange, the first ETF, and it's a great opportunity for investors to join the dynamics of Bitcoin without the direct, how it's called. Okay, the person will tell you, Iran will tell you more about it. And this news was very interesting for all people in this sector. And today we also have Nikolai Shestak, CEO of Zubr Capital. This is a company in private equity. For more than 15 years, they're working in this sector. More than 30 investments have been implemented, 5 successful exits, 5 companies in the portfolio worth more than $1 billion. IT, tech, mid-tech, and my favorite fact about this company is that the founder of Zubr Capital was born in Kazakhstan, and the company has offices in Poland, in Cyprus, and other places. And recently, this company launched its office in the AIFC. Now, also we have today Alexey Panishkin, who is the Director of Business Development, Abelai Global Solutions, or AGS, a brief abbreviation, a brief name. They are pioneer in many projects, and recently they launched one of the umbrella funds with a full digital support. And they have the specific parameter where investors would be able to exchange some equity with other equities. And also very interesting facts about this company is the following one. It's this information is not for public, but when this company appeared in public register, I was interested in this name, Abelai Global Solutions, and I expected that in the founders there would be a person named Ablai or Ablai Khan. I didn't find anyone, and when I met CEO, I asked, why do you have this name? What were you inspired? And actually, the inspiration was our Ablai Khan. If you are not from Kazakhstan, please Google the name Ablai Khan. He's a great figure in Kazakh history. Then next speaker is Olga M., founder of Vitis Capital, director of the investment fund Vitis Korea Fund. The uniqueness of Vitis Fund is that they unite cultural code of Korea and Kazakhstan through investment transactions. Today we have a very interesting session. We're not going to have reports, presentations. We will just have a live talk, a vivid conversation. It would allow us to go deeper to such interesting sector as fund management. Let us start from our questions, and we'll start from Yerzhan. Yerzhan, could you tell us, please, So you have a great experience, and AIFC as a jurisdiction, is this like regulatory labyrinth, or it's a story about simplified procedures? Any difficulties that your company faced with, and how did you overcome them? Thank you so much, Jean, and I'm very happy to be here today and to share my experience. I think that AIFC is unique because here we can have a very good discussion. You're always able to express your opinion and to tell people about the experience that you've had. So our company now manages 20 investment funds. I will just specify the number and correct the numbers that you gave. Our company exists for 3 years. As for, I mean, uh, if I compare my company with other companies, we are, let's say, a bit older by this duration of our license. And we had different challenges during these years. Of course, the time dedicated during this session to me is not enough to tell everything. But I'm going to be here for 2 days. And if some beginners or some other companies that are planning to start this activity, if they're interested, please come to me. I'll be glad to talk to you and to share my ideas, my know-hows. Okay, by analyzing the experience that we had over these 3.5 years, looking back at all the time, I can say the following. The main challenge for us was that we didn't understand how the AFC operates or is working. I mean, this is what happens. We and all my team, we are all from traditional finances, and we worked in the companies that were under the license of local regulator. And when we came to the AFC, there were some, let's say, rumors about the companies that work here. There were companies that consulted with regard to doing business here in the AFC. We have passed all this way. We hired the company who helped us to receive a license. We worked a lot, but again, finally, all the documents that we submitted initially for licensing were changed, amended, and actually, to be honest, we did this work twice. And this was because we didn't understand how it works, because everything in the IFC and everything that we have in our legislation, I mean, everything is there, yeah, all the rules, what are the requirements, deadlines, and it's in our legislation. But here it works in a different way than in traditional sector. And I think that over these 3 years, we've learned how to do our work here in the AFC, and now I can tell you that we feel comfortable here in the AIFC because we understand what shall be done, how it should be done, and any new thing in this platform is for implementation. It is possible to implement everything. Initially when we started the first umbrella fund, we did this ETF for Bitcoin, and tomorrow, by the way, we will also going to have very interesting event. What I want to say, you can do everything here, but you need to understand, and of course you need to share your vision, and you need to go with all of your ideas to regulator to discuss. You need to show that this is the way you want to do it, and then you would receive feedback, and then by this you are able to build the project so that this project would come to the point. So actually, for these 3.5 years, we've been doing all of this, and now we work jointly with AFSA, with AX, and we know all the employees everywhere because we meet them during our work activity. But the first challenge is the absence of knowledge. And due to our experience, we were able to receive all necessary knowledge, and now we feel comfortable. This was the main challenge that we had. And the second challenge, I think, is related to the staff. Uh, as the platform itself is new for Kazakhstan, and here we have the English common law, English language is the main language. And of course, all of this affected the situation. And in Kazakhstan, we didn't have lots of specialists that would be perfectly fit for, let's say, for taking this good position in the specific direction. So that's why we had some issues related to hiring staff and some other difficulties we had, compliance, back office. We were hiring our team, and then we did some actions again and again, and we gave trainings for our employees, and we showed them how the work here is done. Then we started our own program, Tinger, and this is a training program for specialists, and we can prepare specialists in every area, and then the specialist would be able to develop AIFC and future managers in this area. Thank you. That's great. So these specialists would work not only for your company, but they work for other participants of AIFC. Yes, speaking about our experience, we have lots of employees who left our company and they went to competitive firms, but I think it's okay because everything is for the benefit of our market, and there is enough place for everyone and space for everyone, and I think we'll be doing new projects, and again, it's all about the synergy, and that's for the better. Okay, thank you so much for your reply. Now, Nikolai, next question is to you. This question is a non-standard question for the person, for the IFC, but you have a very good experience at international arena, and if you can compare the jurisdiction of other countries and this one, the AIFC one, are there any drawbacks or disadvantages for AIFC? And if there are some, what could be improved in your opinion? Maybe something with regard to regulation, with regard to infrastructure, and with regard to some other things that are important for asset management. Okay, let me do it stage by stage. Yes, now we'll speak about new opportunities. Let me first continue with the lack of knowledge, right? This the lack of knowledge, in my opinion, would be compensated by the wish, right? What we find in the AIFC is that there is a great desire from AIFC management, from the consultants at work. We see great wish to do something better, faster, more cool than some other facilities do. And that's why AIFC is different if we compare with some other jurisdictions, because we work in Cyprus, Jersey. But in Cyprus, the word wish, actual wish in Cyprus, that are incomparable things. The atmosphere there is different, yes, because work-life balance there is that on Friday, on Saturday, you go to the sea. In New Jersey, the situation is different. We see standardized procedures there. If for a long time you have the same things, then as soon as you have very difficult task, it would be resolved, but it could be resolved only with the high expenses, and sometimes it isn't worth it. And they have a very clear distinction. Administrators do one thing, other consultants do the other thing, and you do not understand why there are so many people during this meeting just to resolve one minor issue. So we see that AIFC is suitable for resolving many things. And the other characteristic of the AIFC, actually, this is, I mean, the language that we are using now, and it's also benefit for a specific region. For example, if we take the region where we're located, for example, neighborhoods, CIS countries, I think this is one of the best platforms. I mean, this is an opportunity to express your idea, to resolve some complex tasks, and we know that there are different challenges at the global level. That's about AFC. And now let us broad this discussion and let's speak about potential. I think AIFC, it's not only about infrastructure. We need to speak about potential of activity, because if we look at the classical financial centers, let's take Cayman, Jersey, they are all island countries. Lawyers, financial people, there, only there, and nothing else. You're not able to form your pipeline. You're not able to find other contacts for inspiration. Cyprus is better with this regard, but in Cyprus there are already mature companies, and they actually are our target companies, but there is a limitation with regard to access to staff. And it's very difficult to grow there because 1 million people live there, and the growth of your company is able only through relocation. Dubai and Abu Dhabi, well, it's a cool region, but as I think, recently this region is over fat with a cheap financing. And this story is similar to, for example, what we see in Poland when state regulator started to do everything in the early stage, and then it was a competition for valuation, but it didn't lead to anything good. We don't work like this. But Kazakhstan, for us, I mean, it's a very good potential of opportunities. We are looking now, and yesterday actually we had one session, and I have warm feelings after yesterday's session. Maybe it's not our stage, but I see a great potential for growth. And when we were trying to make a decision, for us it was important to form our portfolio and to invest. And we set some specific goals, and we thought that within this second fund and then up to 15 million, we need to have the transaction in the nearest 2 years. And I mean, we could do it in Kazakhstan or in the nearby region. But to be frank, you know, I found out that recently we invested in the companies that work in Tajikistan and Mongolia. So I can say that we are coming closer to Kazakhstan, but we hope that will be other investments. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nikolai. I really like all your words, especially what you've said in the beginning. There were lots of philosophy, and we could use it not only about investment, but it could be applicable just to your life. Please take it into consideration. I am ready to refuse this, my copyrights. Okay, now let us move to Alexei. Trust from investors is one of the big challenges when we speak about fund management or when we speak about any asset management of our client. Could you please share your experience? How was it for you to attract investors? Was there any skepticism because AIFC jurisdiction is still, we could say, young? And if there was some skepticism, what could have been done? What could have been done to improve it and to increase the trust from investors? Thank you. Thank you so much, Zhanna, for your interesting question. And thank you for such interesting presentation of our company. You opened all our secrets. To be honest, there were many challenges because when we just started our first funds, it was about a year ago. At that moment, there were already some funds in the AFC, but the practice itself started to be formed a bit later. And the main difficulty was the following. Regulation is very flexible, and mainly we work with large private investors, institutional investors, and in such cases, you when you look at regulation, you do not understand. You have lots of questions. How these mechanisms work, what should be provided for, because you cannot something prescribe. Flexible regulation is very good because it allows to find the solution for each investor. But on the other hand, this is also the main difficulty.
And it is a risk for the managing company and for the fund manager, because the burden of the safety lays on the shoulder of the managing company, not on the regulator. Well, all of them, well, all of us deal with these issues differently. We had been creating our fund, and it took us more than half a year, and for us it was very difficult project and one of the most complicated projects, and it ended up with 150 pages and 6 documents for regulation of the fund. Well, we wanted to have this first fund, but our colleagues actually overrun us and became the first one. And we tried to foresee all of the regulations, conditions, and make it comfortable for investors to work with our fund. And as a result, we created a fund that you can enter through one click. You can sell or buy with one click, which has a huge work behind. Because of this kind of, so what investors need at the end of the day, except the security and safety, it's the convenient client path journey. So all of the structure is great for that. What regulator can do and what shall you pay attention to? So we are forming the practice of organizing and regulating the funds, and to our perspective, regulators are quite liberal nowadays, and they give opportunity for participants, and there's a room for maneuver. And at the same time, they structure the funds as they wish. There's no unified practice, and I think that this is quite a great opportunity to collect best practices that we could compile within 6 months and start navigating the practices of the structuring the funds, and in a quite clear way, because most of the investors are looking at markets, and it is puzzles them, to be really honest. And for regulators, it is opportunity to make the recommendations, to give access for the information, to disclose the information, because sometimes investors are asking where I could see the list of the funds and what information is accessible on open sources. So this is something that you could improve. It starts from the working groups, from sessions of the feedback. So we would like to have more movement towards the participants of the market and be more proactive. But yeah, IFC and creating funds here, it is the unique story on a post-Soviet Union territory, on dynamics and territory. We see that for starting from this year, the quantity of the funds had really increased, and it's all registered funds are more than from the start of the company, and we see that quite a traction and inertia, and it seems like this is the machine that you cannot stop already, and I would like to wish AFC to keep it and save it navigate the industry to the directions of the best practices. Thank you so much, Alexei, for your answer. When I was elaborating that we won't have the reports and presentations, that's what I meant, that the replies are truthful and real ones. And half a year spent to open to fund, because it's the umbrella fund. But if it's different fund, then it's easier, actually. I just don't want to scare away colleagues. Another thing that I would like to mention I think for the first time I've heard about the flexibility of the regulator could be a challenge. I think that colleagues from regulating side will actually be glad to hear that. I would like to ask Olga, in the frame of your experience with AFC, have you ever faced any kind of challenges that you had to overcome, and have you found any kind of life hacks? It'll be great if you could elaborate on that. Thank you so much for your question. The question itself is simple and complicated at the same time. As Yerzhan had already mentioned, our team is from the strict regulation place, and we were surprised in a positive way regarding the friendliness from the regulator. It was a shock that the coordinator is calling, that we can actually contact and keep in touch and consult. And Jean, knowing you from 2018, even now, I'm still impressed and surprised, because always setting the bars high and keeping this level, because there was a skepsis, because our first experience was quite drastic one, and at that times the regional fund, but I was working in Moscow. In 2025, seeing the renaissance, rebirth of new and old faces, I was happy that our company is the resident of AFC, and I don't know if colleagues have replied or not. Being attractor of the international investment from Asia, particularly from South Korea, I have heard very good, positive feedback about Kazakhstan, because they're going to Hong Kong, there's a Dubai, for example, and Astana is the star. And what I would like to mention, our company, Vince Capital, was actually supposed to be investment advising, but we received in 2024. And the second license, I would like to, Jean, extend gratitude to you, because you have consulted that we have to include the license for arranging deals, because our investment boutique is the high net service rendering. And in this regards, Nikolai, you have already mentioned that this network allows to experiment and offer high-quality, customized solutions. So license helps us actually, and this is how we are thriving in a comfortable way in IAFC. Thank you so much, Olga. Colleagues, take example from Olga. Only positive things. You talk about only negative things. Well, regarding the readiness, in this regards, we are afraid of regulators, the different coefficients of the liquidity and many, many things. So this is quite a, like a fresh air. We had a dialogue and we had invited risk management, the internal audit, but we didn't have to do that actually. So in this regard, I would like to say that we were super ready for the procedure. Well, from the experience of talking to regulators, I know that a lot of people afraid of it, but they are open for the new ideas. We have some time. I would like to ask for all of the panelists. The question is quite short, and I would like to hear a couple of words and associations. If you had to do it again, so looking back on your journey, you would start from the beginning. What would you have done differently when starting operations in the AFC? Olga, let's start from you. You're a more positive one. Well, I would like to say that we actually really dance on eggshells. We had an experience of registration and PI investment funds in 2007, and we failed, and this was quite a fear to be in a new jurisdiction, to open the fund of elective investment, and we had quite an expectation. So, and whenever you have this kind of expectations in this regard, I would like to note that for me it was a shock that I'm not a lawyer, by the way, that PI investment fund in Kazakhstan, its asset, it's just a pool of assets. Once you come to AFC, it's the legal entity. This is the BIN, etc. So I forgot the question. What was the question? If you had to do it again, what would you do differently? Everything is awesome. I would do it again the same way. I'm kidding, I'm joking, but I'm happy that your answers are sincere. Alexei, what would you do differently? We would think less, talk more to regulators, because we have a, shivering, we shiver right before the regulators. We have this kind of legacy, we need to think on regarding regulator that they don't just control and monitor, they also consult. So don't be afraid to ask your coordinators. It's better to do it on an earlier stage rather than later stages, as representative of the regulator had said, and everything will be awesome if you will ask questions on early stages. Nikolai, what would you do differently? Well, as a continuation of our discussion, I would meet Jeanne earlier. This is not a joke. It's a justified answer because we had been considering AFC for 2 years. We have a friend in Kazakhstan. He gave us consultant, and after talking to this consultant, I thought we need to wait because the answer was we will do everything. He said, I don't know what you need, but we will do everything. And I was quite taken aback because that person didn't understand what we need, but he was assuring us that he will do. And then we decided to conduct the research and then try to employ here and meet with AFC. We talked to regulator, and it's a pleasure because we had a feedback, we had recommendations, we had understanding of the process. So briefly, we would start earlier. Thank you, Nikolai. Well, the takeaway, meet me first, and then you'll be awesome. Yerlan, what would you do differently? Well, I know that I might seem negative, but I will side with or positive Olga because we wouldn't change anything because the journey that we had traveled, it's our story, and without it, we wouldn't be standing solid on a solid ground. And 3.5 years of experience every single day is growing exponentially. So I would say definitely that everything what we had to do was valuable, and it just increased our experience. I wouldn't change anything. Thank you so much. Dear guests, we are drawing conclusion, and I would like to express gratitude to our speakers for your sincere answers. I'm joking, you're not negative at all. But Olga is my favorite one still. Well, the reason why we have chosen this topic, we could choose anything. So we decided to choose the asset management because this is something that is increasing quite rapidly, and I was pleased to see how this industry is growing, and we see that it can address the needs of the potential investors, and which means that amongst the investors, both private and corporate ones, the capacity is building and awareness is raising, which means that ecosystem is developing. We have new specialists, we have new experts, and we have venture startups and their opportunities to talk to regulator, and regulators are not scary. So we are busting myths. I would like to wish you a good forum. We have one day ahead. There are many, many sessions. Thank you so much for being here. Have a good day.
Раз. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are ahead of time, so which is a very perfect result or beginning for our session. I am pleased to welcome you on the panel session, Tokenization of Assets, New Era for Financial Markets in the Digital Economy. So it's a part of Astana Finance Days, and there's one remark from AFC. AFC would like to extend sincere thanks to esteemed partners, Freedom Broker, Kaz Minerals, and ITS for their continued support and valuable contribution to the development of the forum. So it's in regards to forum. Today, we already are witnessing the trend and transformation from pure concept to practical use cases and practical implementation of such tool as tokenization of digital assets. Of course, the most popular or more spread for the beginning of this trend is tokenization of securities. Later on, we are talking about the tokenization of commodities, and who knows what we will be talking about in like 5 to 10 years. Our goal today is to discuss how asset tokenization is reshaping capital market, is it creating more efficient, transparent, and inclusive financial ecosystem? And let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Juan Kiat is a fintech director at Philip Securities, investment house licensed by Monetary Authority of Singapore. He is a professional with more than 20 years of experience in the tech industry. He is leading and delivering, the most important thing, complex technology projects into the finances. Let me introduce Binur Zhalenov. He is Chief Digital Officer of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. He needs no introduction since he is one of the creators of our CBDC, Digital Tenge. Jesse Knudsen is the Chief Operations Officer at the Bitfinex Securities, an AFC licensed security token exchange. And Yerlan Tajibayev, who is CEO of ETSE, which is the platform focused on the development of market infrastructure and new trading segments, unusual for the Kazakhstan and for AFC as well. So let me start with Juan Kiat, and the first question to you. Please provide us with your opinion on the title of our session. Is tokenization a new era for financial markets?
Thank you. All right. Thank you for having me here. All right. I think the short answer is yes, or else we will not be sitting here. I think it's more than that. We start to see this tremendous increase in tokenization trends and the amount of assets being tokenized. The figure that struck me at the beginning of the year, when I was looking at BlackRock tokenized treasury products, was, I think, not hitting $1 billion. And when I see it, June, right, I was reporting to my boss. It was 2.5. That's how fast it has grown. So for sure, Philip has always been interested in serving the wider investment community. And I think this will create an efficiency way of distributing, managing investment product for the full life cycle. That's for sure our conviction within the Philip Capital Group. Right.
From your point of view, how tokenization can influence on the retail investors' engagement with traditional finances or tokenized forms?
Okay, we see a big trend on 24 hours trading at this point. So we are currently focusing on tokenizing money market fund. So this is our very first project, not our very first project. This is our second project, our third project. Before that, we look at private equity. So the retail investors will start to be used to two things: 24 hours trading and immediate settlement, right? And all this will be provided by tokenizations itself. So, you know, we are used to non-immediate payment 20, 30 years ago, right? Right now, we are so used to immediate payment. We see that the preference of retail investors is going to move to 24 hours, even 24/7, together with immediate settlement, immediate money being exchanged, and the product being exchanged.
Thank you. My next question is to Binur. Binur, the media full of news from the National Bank in regard to digital assets. So what are the recent initiatives of the National Bank of Kazakhstan in regard to digital assets, including tokenization?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting for this wonderful event. For sure, it has become one of the key events of financial industry, not only in Astana, but in Central Asia. As for your question, as you might know, according to the order of the president, the financial regulators, including National Bank, which is central bank, and Agency for Financial Regulation, together we developed a set of legal amendments that are now under consideration in the parliament to essentially build a regulatory framework for digital asset circulation in Kazakhstan. So for us, it's not about chasing the hype, but rather to achieve, in my opinion, three core strategic goals. The first is monetary and currency sovereignty. As you all know, on July 18th, the President Trump signed and Congress approved the Genius Act and Clarity Act, which expanded and accelerated the adoption of digital assets worldwide, which legalized the status of digital dollar, which is USDT, USDC, and other forms. And that is a good thing because institutional players started to adopt this kind of new forms of money and other financial instruments faster, but it's also a risk for developing economies like Kazakhstan, because essentially what we might see is a hidden dollarization, or as one might call cryptization of economy. And it's important for us, moreover, it's critical for us to build our national sovereign ecosystem that thrive, and with tenge at the heart. So that's the core motivation of the central bank. The second is, as you all know, we have a already huge market of digital assets in Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, huge part of it is still in unregulated area, and it's important to to break this regulatory arbitrage, to make a regulatory environment a little bit much more attractive than unregulated environment. And also, it's the third goal is to make crypto industry one of the new points of growth for digital economy in Kazakhstan. In order to achieve that, strategically, what we are going to build is a national ecosystem that has a proper infrastructure, proper regulation at place, and other vehicles that would help market participants to launch products like tenge-pegged stable coins or tokenization platforms and access the customer base. And in order to achieve that, so we have like three directions of work at the moment. The first is, again, legal amendments. The fundamental amendment is withdrawal of the ban of crypto circulation in mainland in Kazakhstan. So it's not going to be banned. We're also going to introduce a licensing regime for OTC crypto exchanges. so that people can exchange. And we are going to, in parallel, to expand existing crypto-to-fiat channels in terms of limits, access of legal entities, and many other things as well. We also hope that these amendments will help to thrive for tenge-backed stablecoin. Again, it's not like issuing stablecoin for the sake of having tenge-backed stablecoin. It's about building ecosystem around that stablecoin, currency pairs, liquidity pools, market makers who support that. That's a huge work, and that requires some legal amendments. And the a huge part is building the whole new framework for tokenization. So we're going to introduce a new taxonomy for tokenized assets. They're going to be unbacked assets like crypto and foreign stablecoins, etc., and backed assets. These backed assets will be categorized in three categories. The first is natively tokenized financial asset, when the bond or security or other thing it's tokenized in the platform. The second is financial asset backed tokens, when you have existing bond securities and you put it in as a collateral and issue tokens. And the third is are stable coins. We're not just introducing taxonomy, but the whole licensing regime for the issuers, for the requirements to custody, and many other things. And many other amendments, but that's a long story short. In parallel, we launched our regulatory sandbox. We already have 8 projects in the sandbox, including stable coins, etc. So we're going to introduce that. And we're also still just considering, the establishment of state crypto reserve. It's not, again, chasing the hype. We have some thoughts how to utilize this crypto reserve, potential as a liquidity pool for tenge-backed stablecoins, and potential as a settlement liquidity pool for cross-border settlement infrastructure. But we'll see. We will announce this news soon. So again, many things are happening. That's a very long story, very short. Yeah.
Thank you. That was very interesting, even to me. Another topic which is crucial for every stakeholder in regard to the landscape of the digital assets market in Kazakhstan. How do you see the interaction of digital assets markets of so-called mainland Kazakhstan and AFC? Binur? Did you get the question?
Well, AFC is doing a great job on the building regulatory framework. It's serving as a primer not only for us as a mainland, but for other jurisdictions as well. As far as I am informed, IOSCO considered your regulation as one of the benchmarks for a regulation of digital asset circulation, which is fine. So we learn a lot from you, essentially. But fundamentally, AFC and mainland has different mandates, right? So, and the core mandate of AFC is bringing foreign capital and doing this stuff, and tokenization is a great instrument to building so. But for us, it's another mandate, is to unblock liquidity within the mainland through tokenization, to democratize access for investors, to provide new financing instruments for SME and many other things. So I believe there are going to be some interaction, of course, and we should work on the mutual recognition for certain use cases of tokenized assets, so that the tokenized assets issued in the IFC can be legally recognized by us to be, for example, a collateral for lending, for example. And vice versa. And but again, the devil is in the details, of course. And so we hope to kick off this particular work very soon. And again, we should find synergies between two regulations. There shouldn't be some competition or something like that, because we have two different market segments essentially that we serve. So we should help each other to serve our market segments more effectively and efficiently. And I think we have a chance to do so. So that's that's a philosophy behind our potential collaboration.
Thank you. totally agree on my side. And the IOSCO document you mentioned, it's just a draft today, but later on in October it will be officially published, and we will make it available for the general public. Jesse, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. Maybe general public not that aware that the first listing on your AFC licensed security stock in exchange held back to 2021. So that's a long experience, and having in mind this experience, what successful or non-successful asset tokenization cases can you highlight as most relevant to Kazakhstan, to maybe emerging markets?
Thank you very much. Tech support from the National Bank. Yeah, no, this is, time goes by very quickly indeed, and this is actually my third Stana Finance Days. I missed last year, so 2021, it's been quite a long time. So we've been working on tokenized securities for a number of years. And following up on some of the comments from the previous panelists about the rate of growth in the industry, I think this is something that we're very encouraged by. I think we had a vision many years ago, and it feels increasingly, there's a lot of pushback when you first have a vision, but I think we've seen increasingly the consensus view, I think, start to catch up with that vision, and I think that's very encouraging for us. Recently I was in London. I had a chance to speak on a panel with BlackRock and Schroders, and I thought, well, this is, a very interesting data point. We have BlackRock and Schroders and Bitfinex Securities. And following up on Biner's comments as well, I think it's very encouraging to hear these comments from the National Bank of Kazakhstan. And this is one of we had this idea of the perception towards digital assets in the AIFC, and I think in Kazakhstan more broadly. And that's the reason why we first registered our business and began this business here in the AIFC. We had choices globally, and the AIFC was our first platform our first location to set up base. Since then, we've also opened up offices in El Salvador. We also had an opportunity to contribute to how the framework was established in El Salvador. We were the first firm globally to be licensed there. We very proudly have license 0001, which is a very good number. And now I'm happy to say that across the two platforms, we're coming up on a total of $250 million in tokenized assets. And we expect that number to increase into the end of the year. And the exciting part about that is that we see new verticals starting to come to market. So I think one of the interesting things about the development of the market, and maybe why I think it's been a little bit slow in some regards, is there's been a bias towards fixed income type products. And these are products that people tend to buy and hold and not necessarily trade. I think towards the end of this year and the beginning of next year, we'll see a lot more equity come to market. So we're excited to have public equity, private equity coming to market. And these are the assets that people in conventional markets tend to trade. So I think this will be very exciting for us to see more trading on the platform going forward. Yurkingeli mentioned our first listing in 2021. I think that was a really exciting product as well. That was the Blockstream mining note. So I kind of see our services to the market in two different segments. We have our services to investors, which is to provide them access to unique assets. In some markets, it's just provide them access to assets, right? So across Latin America, for example, it's very difficult for people to invest in things like money market funds or U.S. Treasuries. We have a product out of the El Salvador regime that allows people to buy tokenized U.S. Treasuries for as little as $1. We also, the first issuance that we put on the platform here was the Blockstream mining note. I think it was the flagship product for the industry. It was a tokenized hash rate contract, slightly more exotic product, but it was properly tokenized. People could withdraw it, pull it off the platform. They could self-custody it. They could even trade it peer-to-peer within this whitelisted ecosystem. And yet it was also a security with an ISIN number. So that was a very, I think, groundbreaking product. And eventually it lived through its full lifespan in the AIFC. It matured after 3 years and ended up executing the largest RWA payout, returning more than 1,200 Bitcoin to people. So at today's valuation of $112,000, that's quite a bit of money. Since then, we've done a series of tokenized bonds here in the AIFC. We've done corporate notes, and we've done a litigation finance product, which I think is also a really interesting vertical. It's a asymmetric kind of uncorrelated asset. So rounding it out, I think we've been fairly successful in bringing new assets to the platform. I think this is relevant to investors. We've focused on professional investors, giving them access to these products that maybe they would struggle to get access to elsewhere. Going forward, I think our aspirations are really to fill out the second part, I think, of what our business is, which is helping issuers raise capital to fund their businesses and to drive growth. And I think this will also be, very relevant to issuers and to businesses in Kazakhstan. We've, as Yukengeli mentioned, been in the FinTech lab for a number of years. This year we're looking, I think we've hit the scale now where we're ready to mature, move on to the full license, to focus on offering some of these issuances to retail investors and working with some of our friends in Kazakhstan, people like Skybridge, to help bridge the gap for issuers here in Kazakhstan and in the AIFC to gain access to pools of global capital, and hope to see these issuances on the market by the end of the year.
Jesse, let me provoke you with one practical question. So what regulatory or technical changes are necessary for wider adoption of tokenization?
Yeah, I think that's so I've historically looked at this as kind of 3 or 4 parts of a puzzle, right? So I think the technology was the first part, and I think Biner would agree that we've kind of ticked the box on that. We definitely have the technology. We have platforms like Bitfinex and Bitfinex Securities that can do massive amounts of volume, can trade 24/7, can do real-time settlement. This has all been battle tested over the last decade or so as the digital asset industry has grown. We also have protocols like the Liquid Network, which is a sidechain, a layer 2 of Bitcoin that we use to do issuances. It allows us to set up whitelisted ecosystems so that we can meet our regulatory obligations, but we can also provide users with this Bitcoin or Tether-like user experience, right? Where I can send anyone in the audience a transaction. If you're on the whitelist, the token will go directly to you. If you're not, it will fail and be rejected. So that's how we can, make sure that our products aren't going into places they're not supposed to go. The second part of the puzzle is having investment-worthy assets on the platform. So if everyone thinks back to the ICO boom of 2016, 2017, it was focused on these high-risk, high-reward, very early-stage investment kind of ideas. That's not where we're at anymore. We have much more mature. We have publicly listed companies coming to us. We have tokenized bonds. We have all kinds of different assets. So I think we're there as well. Historically, in the first couple of years when we were pushing this business, I think the slowest part to move was the regulatory frameworks. I think we've ticked that box as well. I think we've got a great regulatory jurisdiction here in the AIFC. El Salvador is also very workable. I really do think that this is an opportunity. The previous speaker mentioned the Genius and the Clarity Acts. I think security regulation is much trickier for the incumbent players, for the mainstream financial centers like the US, like the G7. I really do think this is an opportunity for small and mid-sized economies like Kazakhstan, like El Salvador, like Central Asia, like Latin America, to leverage this technology and in many cases leapfrog competitors or close the gap with traditional capital markets. I would say the only challenge we have left, the fourth piece of the puzzle, is building on the distribution side. So we have investors on our platform that are very focused on digital assets. They're high net worth crypto investors. They're very front foot institutional money, family offices. But we don't have the distribution network into private wealth, into those kind of investors. And I think bridging that gap and developing those distribution capabilities into more traditional investors that I think will really like the technology once they grow to understand it. As you mentioned, real-time settlement, 24/7. I'm sure every fund manager and trader would love to have access to that. So I think that's kind of where we are now. We've ticked the 3 boxes and we need to work on the 4th box. But I feel increasingly that the consensus view is that tokenization is the direction the capital markets will evolve.
Thank you, Jesse. Iрлан, я бы хотел задать вопрос.
I would like to ask a question. How tokenization may influence on financing or form of financing of large-scale infrastructural energy projects. As far as I understand, this is your cup of tea. And could those tools of financing become attractive for a large audience of the investors? Well, thank you so much for your question. Well, big energy projects, I would like to say that there's an open discussion ongoing and how to make it accessible. We already have experience that we have gained. So what we can do, we would like to attract through tokenized tools opportunities of investment to the large-scale projects that are actually within the frame of the task of our president. So we represent the ETS. It's the 15 years of the experience in commodity market, and starting from 2024, we're actively involved in market of export and import through license of our partners, AIFC. And today's the most relevant topic is the participation of in tokenization of real assets. We have offered a project, very interesting incentive of the tokenization, and which is really interesting that the head of the state is making emphasis on this tool. And in energy sector, I cannot really declare that we could do that. We don't have the solution that it is possible from the government side, but there are some things that had been already implemented. Tokenized market in agriculture, especially with grain in Kostanay, in the basis of the sandbox of AFC. This is the first experience of the tokenization of physical grain, which is really strange. For the first time in Kazakhstan, we are in regulation of the digital market, and we would like to have tokenized market. Why do we need it? Because 15 years of experience that working in Kazakhstan tells us that there's a big conflict of interest between the players in the market. So you need to take into consideration the balance, because government is large exporters and importers, and with this balance of the conflict of interest, you face these challenges. For example, the brightest example is something that we do with the grain. Why do we need tokens in the grain? Because we would like to speed up the time. We would like to shorten the time that we spend for the deals and contracting, and of course, what is happening nowadays about in regards to the export and import, and could be solved through these tokenized tools. So what we think, till the end of the year, we will conduct a pilot. We pilot it in Kostanay. We will launch this project, and we will have the access to the capacities so that we would think how exactly we could tokenize, for example, 1 ton of the grain. Well, why is it important? First, token allows us many things through the tokenization to conclude the smart contract, for example, compliance, for example. I know that not all of you actually face this kind of challenges but when it comes to the physical goods, there are lots of issues with VAT, and through smart contracts you can assure the transparency and you can return the VAT quite easily. Another thing, any kind of goods that we export has to go through the goods commodity pricing, and that is why the transfer pricing is actually something that we conduct, and this is we call it price compliance. Why am I talking about grain? It's because this is something that we implement already, and it will be launched till the end of the year, and we will have first results. And any kind of goods actually going to export could be tokenized through our platform, and you can utilize this opportunity, and you could have access to the preferences, and you can speed up all of the transaction and have communication with government. This is quite a large project. We are grateful that we have this kind of platform like AFC that gives us opportunity to implement ambitious projects like this. And we've been working 15 years in commodity and trading, and this is the first time where we have on the verge of the legal framework and being ahead of other countries, actually. Tokenization as a form allows us to shorten all of the many expenditures that is attributed and connected with export or import, any kind of shipment and transportation, because real turnover of goods, it's not a secret that we live in Kazakhstan, and we know as of now, we are commodity stan, and everything that comes through the export, it's the commodity. So that is why we decided to have set ambitious goal like this. And we would also like to touch upon metal, to oil and gas, export opportunities. But this is in the future. What we have done in terms of the assignment of the head of the state, it's the transparency in export of the agriculture. I wanted to actually make the presentation, deliver the presentation, but it is not possible in this setting. But the most important thing is to increase the export capacity and potential of Kazakhstan. So we will start from this, and after that we will see what we can implement on our platform. This is briefly. Regarding the energy, we cannot really praise ourselves in this regards. There's a big work that we have conducted. I guess we will declare the results. Thank you. Thank you so much, Erlan. If you don't want to reveal your secrets, we can keep it for next year, dear audience. Well, fortunately, we have additional time because of the efficiency and effectiveness of our panel speakers. We have 5 minutes left, so you can address your questions if you want. Please. Please, could you introduce yourself and could you please tell who you're asking?
Magulov, I'm from Switzerland, but I was born in Kazakhstan, so very happy to be here again. Thank you for this excellent panel on tokenization. A new era for financial markets. I see it the same in the future, but right now what we see is just a repackaging of already very efficient financial instruments that are existing since decades already in the traditional finance markets. Concretely, treasuries, gold and real estate. So the economic value generation is very low or almost not existing. So my question is to the gentleman in the panel, and who is capable of answering the question, please feel free. What are the use cases that you see real economic value is generated through tokenizations for countries like Kazakhstan, for an example? I give some hints: trade finance, working capital provision to companies, and SME financing.
Thank you, Roman, for the question. Thank you for reaching out in LinkedIn, by the way, as well. So that's like one of the key motivations to build the regulation for tokenization is to provide a new financing instrument for SME specifically, right? In a number of ways. First, we can, through tokenization, make liquid something that used to be cannot be liquid, right? It might be debt, like a tokenized factoring, for example, trade finance, etc., etc. And we believe that's going to be a huge vertical, because at the moment you have 1.5 trillion tenge blocked as a debt from the government to SME, essentially, in public procurement, for example. Then tokenization can unlock this liquidity, and that's a huge deal. The second practical use case is to use tokenized assets as a collateral again for financing. And we already have in Regulatory Sandbox a specific project that are now starting serving real consumers in mainland jurisdiction. Starting from September, I believe there are going to be first transactions. And we believe these practical use cases, specifically we have the order of the president actually to find a new ways of SME financing. And we believe tokenization will be a part of this answer.
Thank you very much. I believe the same.
If I could jump in on that as well, I'd like to say that, you know, I think what we're doing, it sounds very revolutionary, but I think basically it's just upgrading financial market infrastructure. So all we're trying to do is to try and make markets faster, cheaper, more efficient. And I think there's also an opportunity to broaden financial inclusion, which I think is very important. So, you know, one of the unique things about our group of companies, Tether, Bitfinex Securities, is that we've seen a lot of growth and adoption and focus in emerging markets. Tether is very widely accepted in emerging markets. And the reason is because people do not have access to high quality financial products, right? In a lot of parts of the world, their currencies are unstable, inflation is rampant, and Tether becomes a natural choice. Our thesis is that the same thing will happen for financial products. There will be a lot of demand and growth driven by these kind of economies, because we've seen it in El Salvador and in Latin America. They have, you know, to be honest, quite antiquated financial infrastructure and access to very limited access to financial products. And we think there's going to be a lot of demand from these jurisdictions as well. So I think financial inclusion, and I would broaden that to include what our conversation about retail investors also, and younger people, giving them investment opportunities into some of these products. So yeah, I think there are some very interesting applications.
All right, 1 minute. Just 30 seconds. So the fact that tokenization increases the speed of transactions without increasing the cost actually evolve the use case for funds. Funds has been around for a long time, right? Mutual funds, right? So we are seeing in Singapore, we looking at collateralizations, using it as a collateral, and also as a storage for stablecoin, because stablecoin not protecting you, right? So money market fund allows you to trade in and out for the 4 or 5% US dollar yield that people are looking at. So those are increased use cases that actually benefit the fund manager, benefits the ecosystem on the whole.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ladies, gentlemen, please.
Hello, everyone. I have a question for Jesse. My primary question is that Bitfinex is primarily a very big company, very big exchange. And I'm interested why Bitfinex Securities was located in AIFC and also in El Salvador. Why didn't you choose, for example, Hong Kong, Singapore, any other countries?
That's a very good question, and I get asked that question quite often. I think that Jürgen Gelli and I think Binur probably helped me answer this in a lot of ways. I think the attitude of the regulators, the attitude of policymakers, I think is I think more front foot. I think people have a better understanding of the technology here. I wonder if it's because Bitcoin mining has been so large and successful in Kazakhstan that people have developed a better understanding of the technology earlier than other jurisdictions, where people will still ask you if Bitcoin is going to go to zero. We don't hear that question very often anymore. I guess it's more, will it add another zero, I think is a question more worth considering. The regulators are also very approachable, so we're able to have conversations with our colleagues at AFSA regularly and able to have input onto the development of various frameworks, which I think is very important to us. And El Salvador is very similar in a lot of ways too. Obviously, El Salvador, for a number of reasons, is a very interesting country. I think they embrace the same philosophical outlook of the world that we have. They see Bitcoin as revolutionary technology. And I think we often say that El Salvador is kind of unique. You look around the world at the G7 economies, at the US, at the UK, and El Salvador is very unique in understanding the value proposition of our industry. They understand that the value of our industry lies in Bitcoin, stable coins, tokenized securities, and tokenized real-world assets. And that's it. And everything else, I think, is noise, and that's where the signal is. And these two jurisdictions understand that, and they want us to be there, and we're happy to contribute as much as we can to these jurisdictions.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear audience. Thank you, dear panelists. So, my congratulations to all of you, since according to our panelists, we are living already in the tokenization. We are living in new era. Of course, there are a lot of new features, enhancements to the traditional finances, I might say. And who knows, maybe those features will deliver some new products later on with the further development of tokenization. So thank you for your interest. Have a nice AFD.
Добрый день, уважаемые гости.
Good day, distinguished guests. Welcome to our plenary session. Good day, dear guests. Welcome to Astana Finance Days. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Our panel session would be interesting for everyone. I hope the topic is how AI reinvents creativity. So we conduct it within Astana Finance Days. Before I start, let me express my gratitude to our partners, Freedom Brokers, Kaz Minerals, ITS, for their support and for their contribution to the development of our forum. Today we see AI moves out or beyond its borders. Now AI becomes co-creator, shaping music, film, design, media. Our goal is to discuss how AI transforms the creative process, unlocking new monetization models, and positioning Kazakhstan as a hub for creative experts. We will also discuss opportunities, risks, and policies needed to ensure that this technological wave enhances but not replaces human originality. Let me briefly introduce our speakers today. Today with us we have Aizatullah Hussein, who is a creative producer, IT entrepreneur, and founder of the Ozen Media Company. Aizatullah is actively using AI in media. We also have Dulat Muhammad Khali, known as Zach. He is a lead vocalist of 91 Group band.
В сфере Q-pop в сольной своей музыки.
He's a pioneer and he's a creative producer at Artjak, musician, songwriter. I'm also glad to present you Numi Musalieva, who is the founder and CEO of Sazalem and Gen Vive. She is the founder of Microdrama and Cube. She has several projects, Horika, virtual microdrama that is popular now, generative fairy tales in Kazakh language, and lots of other projects. So let us greet her. When we were preparing for this session with speakers, we had lots of ideas how to build our discussion, but as we have a very short time, let us talk about the most important questions. Aizatullah, the question is for you. What opportunities do you see for AI to transform the media and creative industries over the next 5-10 years? Good day, good evening, welcome. Thank you for coming. I didn't expect so many people here, but well, speaking about AI, you asked this question, but over the last 2 years, we are testing generative AI. What is generative AI? This is the creation of video, music, content based on different popular services. Now, we can create music and no one would differ it from a music written by human. Now the cartoons are being made with the use of AI. Speaking about the development of all of this, development of AI in Kazakhstan, I want to say that there are lots of enthusiasts, and generative artificial intelligence is the opportunity for Kazakhstan. Well, coming back to the past, about 100 years ago, when we are speaking about music, we mean Hollywood, major labels, and they have already been doing all this creative industry for more than 100 years. But we, as an independent country, we just now started to catch up what we missed before. But now it's a new era, it's AI era, and this also relates to the media industry. And now for us, for our country, it is important not to catch up, but our task is to start together with other players to move to these directions. Well, first of all, I consider that in Kazakhstan we have a very high creative potential. We can see it in music, in our films. We see how much music we create, and I think that there are very few countries that could compete with us with regard to music that we create. Now we see young people are coming more to this sphere. You might see TikTok, Instagram, and you see there are millions of views for videos created by AI. But the question is about financing. Will our funds or our investors react quickly and support this new generation that use AI? Or maybe they will come in 5 years when, it will be already late because Hollywood would already make AI film and maybe even this film would win Grammy Award. And then our people would say, oh, yes, let's use AI. But it would be too late. This 100 years of Hollywood existence, of this, yeah, everything happens really fast now. We are being creative people, and now we understand that we need to close this gap between financial tools and creative youth. That's why we are trying to open fund. We support creative young people. We train them. Well, basically, this is like this. Thank you. Distinguished guests, I would like to share one interesting idea. Last year, during AFD, we had also sessions on creative industry. We were speaking about funds and so on. And then in January in AFC, we opened this department, financing of creative projects. We have here the head of this sector. We also have one of the representatives of the first funds who registered their fund in creative, and they have the second project about AI. And you are saying that you want to register, and it's very good because now we see that our creative industries has already showed itself, because we already have Grammy Award in Kazakhstan, right? What do you think? As a regulator, we create this platform, we will make these rules, how to create these funds, how to attract money, but how the creative young people who wants to come to this sector, how they can attract investments through this AI content? Or, what would be the way? Or could you please tell about your AI use? Speaking about our path, again, speaking about generative AI, over the last 2 years, it's becoming more and more popular. We see that trends are changed really fast. Yesterday, for example, one of Google service was cool. Then 2 weeks later, it could be the other service. For example, you might know hipsters. Or then Google came back again, and they did update. And now at this stage, we are dealing with testing our hypothesis. We work with several Kazakhstani advertisers. We do testing of projects for them. Speaking about young people, how to attract investments, I think, well, in creativity, this would work differently. Here, we need to show results, and we need to show successful projects. That's why maybe in social media, they shall show their works, their portfolio, they shall show what they can. Now we see there are few professionals in the world, those who are able, with the use of AI, create video or music works. If you're just an enthusiast, you can create something, you can upload it, and it would be spread really fast if it's interesting, and you might be, hired or hunted, because Hixel in Kazakhstan hunted everyone and no one is here. Actually, yes, there is a shortage of staff. So speaking about Hixel, you've mentioned it. This is our startup that now developed into a big company, and I read the news that they refused the investments from Meta because they think that they are worth more than that payment that Meta suggested them. You know, Hixelt is one of the advanced startups, one of the hype startups in the world, not only in Kazakhstan. We have to support, to support it. But what is the success of Hixelt? We have cool engineers that would understand machine learning or some other areas, and for these 3 years I have had these ideas, and you know, in our country we have enough creativity, but we don't have the uniting of IT sector and creative sector. And Hixelt is that merged when cool IT specialist joined cool creator specialist, and now it's a very good startup. And maybe at AIFC it is very important to unite these two, let's say, layers of population so that IT would meet creation and then creativity, and then we will have very good projects. Thank you. Thank you for your reply. Now let me move to our next speaker, Dulat. You know, the service of music generation is really popular. Do you remember before, when it was a celebration or some birthday party, we would order to the specific service on changing a song based on this event? Now you can use these AI services. It's available and nobody surprises with it. So now, Delight, the floor is given to you. My question is the following one. You're one of the pioneers of Kazakhstani music. How do you see AI changing the process of music creation and artist identity? And maybe speak something about copyright, please.
Thank you. Well, I myself totally agree with previous speaker, because right before that, you know that this wave had started from the Korea and Asia, and we understand that this wave came to its climax, and we tried to keep up with it. But at the same time, there were troubles with it, because this is one of the trends to work with AI, and of course, in near future, I think that all of us, not all of us, the majority actually, will become spiritual cyborgs, to be really honest. And through using different platforms, we will compose music and write songs, and you won't lose your style, but at the same time, it will become the tool that you will utilize. So I think that those who work with artificial intelligence, they can they can actually implement a huge volume. They can work with scales and work with many, many things, and you don't even need to move. And you could actually make a lot of things with AI. And I myself, personally, I have written an album last year, and in this album I have used AI, and I used the vocalist. I didn't even needed the vocalist, and I just used this audio. And my listeners actually started mixing up. They thought it's one of the famous singers. Some people thought it's Shaban Shiksen, for example. But it was in artificial intelligence, and I used it as a tool. When we talk about copyrights, I think if you use it as a spiritual cyborg, then there shall not be any kind of clash points or any kind of conflicts of interest in the copyrights, because you use the structure of the music, you compose, you create. It is just a tool to write. If something is done ultimately only with AI, then yes, there's an issue of copyright. And I think that There will be content that will be created only with AI. There will be cyborgs and there will be robots. So this is something that we will come to. I would like to add that Zach is actually quite modest, and it's one of the first people in the world who, from amongst popular artists, who started using AI in its creativity. And the song that I love, actually, it's one of the popular songs, I think, in the album. Well, I have another question, Zach, to you. Regarding the AI, do you think AI is the co-author then? And what about company that had created this AI? Do you need to share your royalty and payment with this company? Well, in my opinion, like Kanye West's opinion, I think that AI is like an auto-tune. Here, we don't. This had been already created. AI hadn't created it itself. I have used it as a tool. I have created it. It is just saved some time. Within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I had to search music, for example, but via AI, I had done it within 2 seconds. I would come to it anyways, eventually, but AI allowed me to do it within seconds. If I was composing one song within 10 days, nowadays I can write 10 songs within 1 day. Well, nowadays we are discussing a lot of things regarding the song creation, not only in music, in any actually sector. How is it used? And most of the responses are regarding efficiency. Another question, well, I am listening to you and our youngsters. They use AI and they can issue their own masterpieces and expose whole world to it. Well, regarding the trends, for example, we couldn't catch up with one of the trends before. Now we can actually be in the trend because there are no boundaries nowadays. We have an internet. Everyone can see anything. So nowadays, artists don't compete with each other on a local level. They compete with whole world because people can see from all over the world your creativity. So you have a chance to implement, to realize your potential, to be famous. Well, this is the trend that had also already been as a, like cutting through. Because the economy is actually not really big one. We can just make one leap, and it's easier for us to be more open for innovations. And if thanks to through this kind of panel sessions and this kind of sessions, if we could not only catch up but even be ahead of all of it, it's quite possible. Thank you so much, Zach. I would like to ask Numi. Numi, your company is actually covering music, microdramas, and storytelling. Which of these directions has the greatest potential for growth? Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for coming and inviting me. Yes, we deal with music, microdrama, which is the cinematography. The growth is everywhere. In my case, nowadays, is the vertical microdramas. I'm sure that you have seen it. You have seen the advertisements. It had been created in China, and commercialization of microdrama, it's $8 billion. For the first time, they had actually was ahead of the cinematography, and we see where the cinematography is going, because in Brazil, for example, in other countries, the microdramas are shot, and together with producing company of Jackie Chan, we make microdramas. We're going to be the first ones in Central Asia. We work with Alem Entertainment. Probably you have seen Salem Entertainment movies, and we would like to develop microdramas in Central Asia. And in frames of the microdrama, we're the first ones who create movies and TV series using AI. And we had a headquarters Google video conference, and we had already said we've elaborated regarding the fact that we have talents, but we don't really have investments, and we cannot really spend $300 per 1-minute video or audio. And nowadays, they are allocating grants. Our aim is to expose Kazakhstan to the whole world, and it'll be great if talented young people can create with AI and monetize. Another thing, I work with the franchise Horeca. So what is their pain? Horeca doesn't have a platform where they could subscribe by subscription, and they come to us because we deal with copyrights so that they wouldn't be fined, and we create AI-powered music. Well, there is a demand, but we're lacking in funding. Thank you, Numi. Short comment regarding the vertical videos. This is a huge trend, to be really honest. I sometimes catch myself that I am watching more shorts rather than standard videos. And in AIC, we had also installed the vertical screen because the vertical content is surpassing, to be really honest, the conventional one. Well, have you ever thought about author's issue? Because this is a challenge nowadays, because AFC, to AFC, a lot of companies had addressed their issues regarding protecting their rights, their copyrights. And I know that you had been dealing with this issue. What do you think? What kind of approach shall be in place? Because the service that we had from, they buy subscription, for example, from different platforms for cafes, restaurants. They actually have to count how many times was the rotation and then make the payments. What do you think? How can we participate in this? Is it a question to me or Isa? To all of you three. Let's start from you. Well, there is a problem with the copyright. We know about this. In AI, it is really not defined who is the author of the end product. If we talk about artists and art, it is the gray area. We're not paid. We can solve this issue through blockchain. If we could digitalize all of the artists, in the blockchain we have Sözalem. We are lacking in funding, so that from the labels and association we could drag our artists, and they will see all their royalties, they will see their payments, and it will be transparent. And we actually had a discussion with the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan. We offered the way of paying the royalty. We didn't receive the positive answer for that, because we need to motivate our talents. How you could motivate talents? We are motivated whenever we are sure in future. We know that there's a stability in earnings, and that's what we are trying to do. We're trying to do it through blockchain. So I would like to hear Isaac, because maybe he would offer something interesting. Are we talking about in terms of the AI created? No, just copyright protection. To be really honest, I don't know, because we had we, for example, had researched this, and in Ozin we have 5,000 songs, rights to 5,000 songs. We just decided to not meddle into it because it's not really solved issue. We're like, thank you for playing our music. Maybe we will become popular, but we never received any payments. But if we try to solve it with AI, and whose rights it is that author human or AI? For example, Sona AI, in terms and conditions, it is already elaborated that if you use your own prompt, then you are the author. If you're using it for commercial purposes, it is in the agenda on daily basis in biggest studios all over the world. I think that we need to look at it in a philosophical way, because any musician, any artist has its own AI. We remember something, we see something, and then we create, let's say, the monster of a Frankenstein. We don't really, sometimes we remember something and then we compose all of it, and by using generative AI, there is a mixture of everything. It seems like it doesn't look like anything, but it is similar to everything. It'll be difficult to regulate this issue. Thank you so much for your honest answer. I think realizing that this kind of problem exists, it is the first step. And you know, like Shazam, for example, that can recognize the music. They had an idea to distribute the bot. It's like the fine, for example, if you're like making photos that you made, you parked in a red zone, for example, they also offered the same services, that who is listening what music, and see the services where people are using. But in order to do that, there shall be access to a whole database. As an IT people, they can do that, but you cannot collect all of the copyrights on one platform. Well, another general question that I would like to address, I actively use ChatGPT, for example, Midjourney, etc., and I have to make visuals and content that is specific to our national identity. Sometimes making a photo of Dombra, for example, is very difficult because it had been trained on other media. You, as creators, do you face this kind of problems, and do you have any kind of ideas? Well, I understand that it is obvious that we need to feed more content, but if you could elaborate on that. Very good question, to be really honest. One large company in Kazakhstan had requested us to launch Dombra, and we stumbled upon issue that generating Dombra is really difficult. Through several months of researching, we found a way. You can do that if you start doing it and write Dombra. You won't receive, but if you will research and find a way, this is how you can do it. But how exactly generative AI is trained. They are trained on what you feed. It is the task of the Ministry of Culture, maybe, so that we could digitalize our content. More Dombra officially be launched on official platforms, the more we will have, the more exposure we will have for Dombra, because there are many instruments that you could find in a space, but you need to dive into it deeper. Other speakers, please? May I make the ad? Well, the commercial. If you will need music on Dombra, we are the first ones who could manage to do it, so you can address your issues to us. A lot of people cannot do it, but we can do it. If you want free credits for VO3, we can help you out with it. I've heard that there are some of the projects. When we were gathering this panel session, and thank you so much for Yediye for inviting the speakers, we will have another creative session as well, the financing the creative session, and we shall hear what they are planning to do in this regard. Well, since we are limited in time, we need to wrap up. So today we had heard that AI is the source of the creativity, is emerging as a new form of creativity capital, and some of you is already exercising it. But at the same time, I know that AI cannot really replace a human being. It's just like a Photoshop. We will use it as the tool. I would like to extend gratitude to speakers for interesting point of view, for your interesting thoughts, and let's wrap up and make family photo.